I'm Hello everyone. How are you doing today? My name is Alex. This is my channel Frank Fiction. If you are new here, I just realized that my banner is still showing Alex Frank Fiction from when I was doing the picture of Dorian Gray live show, which is fine. I'm not going to change it. But I hope that you all, like I said, are doing fabulous. It has been yet another crazy week. Life is lifing, and I would really love to hear what it is that you're going to be reading or working on tonight. I am reading Our Share of Night by Mariana Enriquez. It's a horror novel, it's a translated work. It was also one of the New York Times notable books of the year when it came out. And I so far am really enjoying it. It's giving me my horror fix that I desperately needed from last month, but didn't quite accomplish. So, really excited to be reading that tonight. As always, this is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, get under a blanket or put a fan on you, depending on where you are in the world. I am just drinking water right now. I have a little glass jar that has it's a branded Slim Chickens glass, which is very fun. It's like a tiny mason jar. I love drinking out of mason jars. So I might end up going and grabbing a drink, like one of my seltzers or something later. But right now, I just feel like I need to hydrate. And I was able to get a little bit of filming done today too, which makes me happy because that means that I'm actually going to be releasing a video on Sunday like normal on my normal schedule. So hooray for that. I've also been officially approved for everything for my roof, so I'll be getting a new roof here soon. I'm excited about that as well. So life is kind of just carrying on. But yeah, tell me how you're doing. Tell me what you're working on. I'm going to go over to the comments. And the first one that I see is Kat. Hello, Kat. I'm happy to see you. And I hope that everything has been going well with you and figuring out your mom's medication and stuff. Let me know if you finally got that worked out. My fingers have been crossed for you. And Miss Starbuck, happy to see you. And Miss Starbuck says, hello, everybody. And Heidi is here. Hello, Heidi. You said hi, Alex, Kat, and Starbuck. Thank you so much, Heidi. And Nicole says, hi, Alex, hi, Kat, Miss Starbuck, and Heidi. And hello to you too, Nicole. I'm glad that you could make it. Miss Starbuck says, hi, Kat, Heidi, and Nicole. Miss Starbuck says, and of course, hi, Alex, but she isn't here yet. I am now. Kat says, hello, Miss Starbuck, Heidi, and Nicole. So happy to see you all here. I love everybody saying hello to everybody else. That is very lovely that everybody knows one another. Heidi says, hi, Nicole, Miss Starbuck, what should I call you? I like associating Galactica with you. And Kat says, I bet you Alex is lurking. I was, but only a little bit before because I was actually quickly trying to finish up watching a Golden Girls episode with Keaton. That's it's been one of my comfort shows for a long time, but he's hooked on watching it now too, and we have a lot of fun. And so we were watching a good episode where the ladies were all kind of up in arms because there was a sculptor who was trying to decide which one of them was going to be his muse for his new sculpture, and it was a cute episode. Sophia was playing pranks on everybody. Miss Starbucks says, haha, maybe. I sure was. Mysterious. William, hello. Good to see you. You said greetings, and greetings to you. And Heidi says, thank God it's Friday. No school this week, so I'm a little stir crazy. Oh, yes, because of spring break. One of my close friends and neighbors is a teacher, and she's been on spring break as well. And I know the teachers have been happy, to have that time off. But if you're used to your kids being out of the house and doing things, I imagine that can also be crazy and stressful. So there's that too. And Alicia, hello to you. Alicia says, hello, hello. I'll be sprint hopping, currently reading Twisted Love by Anna Huang, sitting at 76 of 344. Very nice. Well, thank you for stopping on by however long you can be here. And Kat says, I'm editing my February wrap up. Yes, February. Still sliding at snail speed at catching up. I'm drinking some coffee. Well, it sounds like you need it, Kat, if you're working on trying to catch up on stuff. But, don't pressure yourself. You're doing a lot right now for Old School April, and you've been doing all sorts of, advertising for that on your channel, and you've been busy. So, if you do your February wrap up in April, That's no problem at all. I was doing my March wrap up today for my video, and I had to laugh at myself going through everything just because of, it it didn't end up being a great month for reading for me in terms of just like my feelings about the books that I read. So hopefully everybody else will, I don't know, have a good time watching it as well. And hello to you, Carissa. Good to see you. I'm glad that you were able to make it. So hello to you too. And Zach, welcome. Zach says, "Hi, I'm reading The Hidden Guardian by JDL Roselle. It just made or just came out on the 2nd. Oh, nice. Well, I hope that it is a good book. I'm assuming that it's a standalone novel, or is that part of a series for something that I don't know? A fair question because I would have, I guess, no way of knowing. So do let me know. William says, "I'm reading Invasion by Eric L. Harry." Okay, I've never heard of Invasion, but I hope it's good. Nicole, welcome. Nicole says, "Hello. I'm going to be finishing The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo. I read that book in a day. That was like one of the only books in my life I've ever finished in a day." You said, "And digging into the bookshop of Dust and Dreams." Well, what are you thinking so far about The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo? Is it good thoughts, bad thoughts? Mine was pretty good. It wasn't like an all-time favorite. I didn't give it 5 stars, but I found it an incredibly engaging read. But funny enough, I've never read anything else by Taylor Jenkins Reid after that, even though she's written at this point several books. So if anybody else has one by her that they think I should check out, let me know. But yeah, I've only read the one. And The Bookshop of Dust and Dreams, I have not heard of, but it sounds cute. Heidi says, "Kat, do you remember The Magic Garden? The hellos remind me if of that children's show." I have not heard of The Magic Garden either. Alicia says, "Hello, Kat and Miss Starbuck and Heidi." And Christina, welcome to you. Christina says, "Hello, beautiful people. Baking a cake. Awesome." And hugging the like button. Thank you very much, my friend. Miss Starbuck says, "Heidi, sorry I missed that question. You can call me Magnolia if you like. My real name is too difficult anyways." Yeah, Miss Starbuck, has it bothered you at all that I alternate between Magnolia and Miss Starbuck? I know you said I could kind of go with either, but I didn't know if it was like whiplash when I call you one over the other. Let me know and I can always just change it to just one name if you prefer. And Miss Starbuck said, "Hello, Alicia." And Kat says, "Still not sure if the medication is resolved. Oh, had to call again Thursday twice and this morning, hoping the pharmacist at Ochsner got it resolved after our morning call." That is freaking ridiculous. That is a completely unacceptable for a hospital. I mean, I know that you said that it was some type of glitch in the system, but that's stupid. I'm so sorry, Kat. It better be fixed now if you going through all that crap. And she said, "Hi, Alicia." And Nicole says, "I had a meh reading month in March too, so I can relate." I'm sorry to hear that, Nicole. It's not fun to have an entire month that just feels meh. And I mean it, like I said it in my video too. I've never had a month like that before where it was just everything that I was reading. Usually, I mean, like I've had months before, I've had a couple bad hits where I've been like, man, that wasn't a great time. But for pretty much everything to feel that way, it was rough. And Zach says, "IR." I'm not sure what that means. Oh, was that in with relation to my question on if it was a standalone? No, I don't know. I'm sorry. I have no idea. Heidi says, "Has anyone read The Rage of Dragons by Evan Winter?" I have not, but maybe somebody else has. Miss Starbuck says, "I'm reading, literally translates, Spies Are Loving Dangerously" from H.G. Konsalik. I love his books. This one is really exciting and tense. I like the title, Spies Are Loving Dangerously. That's fun. Heidi says, "Hello, Alicia." Kat says, "Great news about your roof, Alex. Thank you." Yeah. I'm looking forward to getting it all taken care of and just being squared away, with one other thing. New experiences, especially ones that are that big, can feel kind of stressful. I've been dealing with that, but I know that it's a good thing overall. It's a positive upgrade. Zach says, "It's book 3 in a small publisher series called Ranger of the Titan Winds." Okay, thank you for clarifying. And very nice that you got another one in a series. So that's cool that you got it right when it came out. Nicole says, I'm really enjoying Evelyn Hugo. It was a book club pick, so I was thinking it wouldn't be for me. I'm honestly surprised. It really is just a great story. That's exactly how I felt about it, Nicole, when I picked it up as I went. I don't know that I'm actually going to like this. And I sat down and I started reading it and I was like, I can't put this down. I don't want to. It was so engaging, and I thought the characters were well written and they felt like real people. And I mean, like, there's some crazy things that go on, right? Because you're talking about, like, movie stars and famous people, but it still, I was quite impressed with it. The Starbucks says, haha, no, it's okay with me. It doesn't bother me, but thanks for asking. Okay, good to know. I'll still probably switch back and forth, Magnolia. Just, it just happens. Kat says, I relate. Maybe. Miss Starbucks says, I had a mad day today. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So I'm glad to be here in some better energy. Well, any good vibes that I could possibly send your way and tell you that everything's going to be okay and it will all work out, and not just in the cheesy, it'll be fine, but like it will actually be okay kind of way. I'm here to do that because it seems like everybody's going through stuff right now. Like, everybody that I talk to has just got stuff going on. And I don't know if life has always been that way for people or if it's just something after COVID happened. I don't know, but life just seems complicated. So I'm here to tell you it will be all right. Everything will be okay. Robert, hello. Good to see you. Said, I'm reading None of This Is Real by Lisa Jewell. Lisa Jewell is an author that I've heard many, many times, but I don't think I've ever picked up anything by her. So that's cool. He said, I survived the earthquake. Hello, room. You had an earthquake where you are? I mean, wow, I must be just like completely out of the loop. Though, to be fair, I didn't look at anything dealing with the news, I think, like yesterday or today. So do tell me, what earthquake and how bad was it? Kat says, I've not heard of that show, Heidi. Sounds fun. Carissa says, I'm starting to make dinner. Well, what are you making, Carissa? That sounds lovely. I made onigiri tonight. It was very simple. I just was making rice balls in the seaweed paper and dipping it in some spicy mayo that I made out of Kewpie and sriracha. And that was my dinner. And then I ate Oreos. Meal of champions. That's what I'm saying. And Magnolia says, glad to hear about your roof indeed, Alex. So thank you so much. He said, what happened to your roof? My roof is old, Carissa. It's just old. And I have to get it replaced. And it's something that the insurance isn't going to pay for. So I just, I've been taking care of it and getting the color picked out and everything. Let me tell you, I have never in my life agonized over a color of something more than I did about the roof. That's partially because I had to get it approved by the HOA, which they did. And they actually did it very fast. I was incredibly happy about that. They only took 3 business days to get back to me. So good on them. And I really am excited about the color, and I think it's going to look great, and it's going to look like a whole new house. So it'll be good overall. But yeah, it's what happens when you have contract grade shingles on your roof and it's 18 years old. Like, you just have to get it taken care of. And Nicole says, reading Lust for Life, biographical novel on Van Gogh. Cool. Hoping to finish tonight. I got to see one of those really cool shows. I don't know if you all have heard of them, but it's in a theater that is covered in projection screens, both on the walls and also on the floor. And it takes the paintings of different artists. Like, they had one for Monet and the Impressionists, and they had one for Van Gogh. I think there's one company that's done one for Frida Kahlo too, but they animate the paintings and then they also put up text to kind of tell the story of that artist's life or that period of painting. And the one for Van Gogh was by far like the best. It was fantastic. I loved it. So I hope that book is very interesting. And Magnolia says, have a lovely dinner, Carissa. And Kat says, Robert, are you in New York? And Nicole says, hi, Robert, glad you survived. And Robert said, Nicole, I like the tea kettle that gives you a light show when you boil water. Zach says, I loved Rage of Dragons. Looking forward to book 3. PSR was just a typo. Okay, good. I'm glad I didn't try to read into that. Thank you. And Nicole says, LOL, me too, Robert. Miss Starbucks says, I've heard a lot about Evelyn Hugo, have not read it, but I have the exact same thing. Like, I'm not sure that is a book for me. Well, you may end up being surprised. I would say if you could get it at like a library or get some sort of free copy and pick it up and give it a try. And then, if you end up really liking it, maybe it would be one that you'd end up wanting to buy. I didn't I say I got rid of my copy. I didn't get rid of it because I didn't like the book. It was one of those books that I read it and then I went, I don't think I'm probably going to read this again. And I ended up, I think I sold it to a used bookstore. But I would definitely say try to find like either an inexpensive copy or a free copy if you can, just to see if it's for you. Robert says, earthquake in New Jersey 4.8. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm glad that you're all right, Robert. And were you able to get to cover, or were you not near anything that would fall over? Because that sounds terrifying if you're not expecting it, which you wouldn't in New Jersey. And Carissa says, spaghetti. Well, I hope your spaghetti is awesome. And Kat says, wow, Robert, glad you're safe. And Magnolia says, oh, we have the summertime here, so the show for me starts again at 11 p.m. And Miss Starbucks said, be safe, Robert. Robert says, cat 40 miles from the center. Cats are still a bit freaked. Oh, I bet. Oh, that's terrible. I didn't even really think about what that would do for the animals, but I'm sure that that is horrifying for them because they have no idea what's going on. Cat says, I had a late lunch, seafood stuffed potato. Cat, you and your potato. Got your seafood. I love it. And Magnolia says, thank you for your kind words, by the way, Alex. Well, you're very welcome. Anytime. Anytime. Hi, Diane. Good to see you. You said, Alex, you're glowing. You look even more amazing, my friend. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. Maybe it's the lighting, or maybe it's the fact that I got a fresh haircut. I always feel so much better after I get a haircut, which I did last night, and I think that she did a fantastic job. And her and I were actually joking. She's like, we're gonna go short, we're heading into the warmer weather now. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. And she started cutting my hair, and she got it done, the first cut, and she's like, how's this look? And I kind of cocked my head and did a little ruffle, and I was like, it's still too long. And she had to go through and she was cutting more and putting more layers into it, and I love it. I think it looks fantastic right now. And it's still cold out today, and it's going to be cold for the next few days. But man, once we get into that warm weather, this haircut is going to feel so good. So thank you so much for the compliment. That means a lot. Hi, Dee Dee. Good to see you. You said, hi, Alex. Welcome back. And Nicole says, yes, I also went to the Van Gogh immersion one. It was the first thing we were able to do after everything opened up in 2022. So cool. I'm glad that you got to see it and that you had a good time there. I have a family member that actually worked at one of the museums hosting it. I know it's something that they did around the country at different places, but the one that was near us, she actually got tickets for my whole family to be able to get in and see it. So it was super cool. Robert says, Ms. Starbuck, thank you. And Carissa says, I'm glad that everyone is okay. Me too. Robert says, a question, would you rather be one person for 3 hours or 3 people for 1 hour? If I was 3 people for 1 hour and it didn't cause any issues with me controlling all of the people, I think I would choose that option because I could get so much done in 1 hour. Like, I'd have one person who'd be working on like something fun, and one person doing chores, and one person who would be doing my job, and I would accomplish many things. So yes, that's what I would do, because I'm already one person for 3 hours. Or did you mean one other person? Because I think I'd rather just be 3 versions of myself, because I'm very efficient. And Kat says, Robert, the cats are freaked out. I follow a couple who live near Sleepy Hollow in New York, and they mentioned the earthquake today. Yeah, I honestly had no idea about it. So thank you for telling me. Magnolia says, you disappointed me a bit with the Midnight Library, by the way. I know, and I fully expected that. And honestly, I felt terrible about last month because Magnolia, you had recommended me the Midnight Library, and I know other people here had really loved that one too. And then Mary Lou had recommended Remarkably Bright Creatures. And you'll see in my video, my review about that one. But I was just like, man, this is unlucky. And I feel like I'm hating on books that people loved. And I didn't mean it that way. It's something about last month. So It's the luck of the draw, though. I mean, we can't, that's the thing is like, we can't love them all, but I certainly gave it its fair shot. Heidi says, yeah, Zach, I got the Rage of Dragons because her friends Talking Fantasy chose it as their number one read of 2023. Cool. Here, I'll write that one down. My little set of notepads where I have like a ton of notes now. Let's see. Yes, Rage of Dragons. Cool name. Kat says, did you read The Midnight Library, Alex? I did. Yes, that was the last book that I read in March, and that book is included in my wrap up. But Magnolia follows me on Goodreads, and so does Robert, so they got a sneak peek as to what my what my rating was. Robert says, Kat, don't ask. Kat says, Friday is Potato Day, the special at Johnson's Kitchen. I love anything that is a potato day. That sounds amazing. And Magnolia says, yes, she did, Kat, but the rating. I know. I'm sorry. Hello, Mrs. Peacock. How are you? Hello, welcome. And I don't think you've ever been here before, so I hope that you can enjoy doing some sprints with us today. And Kat says, I don't want to know. It was a 5-star read for me. Well, then you won't want to watch my wrap-up video, Kat. Marioline, good to see you. Said, hi, I can join again. Don't worry about the time. It is for me. Oh, don't worry about what time it is for you. Oh, you poor thing. Is it because you can't sleep? Welcome and, hanging out. And I'm very happy to see you because I don't normally get to see you anymore on sprints, but I hope that you're going to be able to get some rest. And Magnolia says, Kat, yes, 6 stars for me, actually. And Nicole says, I wasn't a fan of the Midnight Library either. Nicole, you coming in here saving me from everybody who loved it. Thank you. I know it was one of those books that I knew going into it that it was a divisive story, that people tended to either like love it or they didn't like it at all. And I would say I fell in the middle. It wasn't just like an all or nothing, but it definitely wasn't my favorite book. So it's just sad. Nicole says, and I also have an unpopular opinion book this week. We are meh reading month twins. Well, my friend, I am going to catch up on your videos so I can hear about all that. I look forward to it. I'm super behind on everything. The stuff with the roof has been like completely consuming my thoughts lately. And then I had another scare about my car. I know it never ends, but this was good news. I ended up taking it into a mechanic and they were like, "No, the last person who worked on it just made a mess. Like there's no actual problem." And I was like, "Thank you." So that was like a good bit of news this week. So just like working through stuff. Heidi says, Kat, did you catch Robert's funny? Would you rather question? Robert, you must keep them coming every sprint. I agree. I think Robert's better at coming up with some of those questions than I am. And Zach says, I gave Midnight Library 0 stars, only 1 or 2 of those a year. Dang. Okay, so yeah, Zach, you like really hated it then. Okay, that's good to know. 0 stars. Miss Starbucks like, Nicole, no! Robert says, Midnight Library, guessing the ending would change things. I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, so I'm always, what? Who? I love that. You're so funny. I will say, and again, I talk about this in my video, so I won't talk about it too much here, but I am actually a very good guesser when it comes to the endings of books. I don't know what it is. It's probably all the literary analysis that I had to do when I was in school, but there's something about foreshadowing where I can usually pick things out and see in my mind's eye where I think that the author is going. And I actually don't like it when that happens. I like to be surprised about things. And The Midnight Library was one of those books where I wasn't entirely surprised. So, that is part of it. And Miss Starbucks says, I'm just joking, although I don't understand the rating, but everyone can have its own opinion. Yeah, no, I totally get it. I mean, there are people who've read books that I've absolutely loved who hated them or even just was like meh about them. And I'm like, man, I absolutely love that, but I guess it didn't, stick with them. But I also give, a recommendation in my video of like other books that I thought did the like that kind of trope or that kind of theme in a book a little bit better. So that's also part of it too, is it's not the only kind of like multiverse story that I've read. So that's probably part of it as well. I did not expect it to be sci-fi though. You got me there. I didn't see it. I didn't expect that. Gat says, I guess I'll be the first time you make me cry, Alex. No. Oh, that if would it make you feel any better if I told you I'm at least not mean about it? At least I don't think I'm mean about it, but I'm sure other people would probably say that I am. Carissa says, I was in the middle with the Midnight Library. Okay. So yeah, Carissa, then we're definitely in line with what I was thinking as well. Heidi says, Zach, we have the same book taste. IDNF that Midnight Library book too. Did you read the book that did not burn? Hmm. Magnolia says, "Cat, then we are Midnight Library buddies." I got Nicole and Carissa. It sounds kind of like somewhere a little bit in the middle, and then we have Zach and Heidi that are on the very end of like hated it. And Robert says, Annie, bought by Sierra Grey, arrived at the library. I'll get it tomorrow. Cool. Cat says, yes, ma'am, Miss Starbuck. Alicia, hello to you. She says, hi, Cat. Marialine says, fueling the fire. I also did not like the Midnight Library. Well, you know what? You all, that's so funny. If you end up watching that video, you should tell me, like, in the description, or not the description, excuse me, in the comments, what it is that you did or didn't like the without probably being too spoilery, but like things about it, because I am so curious to see how many people say they either loved it or hated it. I'm actually finding this hilarious. So thank you for adding fuel to that fire. Nicole says, LOL, I love the idea of the Midnight Library, but sorry, guys, didn't do it for me. It was okay. Yeah, exactly. And Kat says, and old school April buddies, Miss Starbuck. Yeah, I got the silver snakes. And Kat says, Alicia. Miss Starbuck says, Cat, yes, sneakies. Miss Starbuck says, in the book, there are so many good quotes. Oh my God, I noted so much amazing quotes from the Midnight Library. Well, I think that's cool because that also probably means that you were engaging with the philosophy of Thoreau in that book, which I think is cool. I like philosophy a lot. And I do think I did say that I think that the book had a good message. And you saw that in my little Goodreads, like tiny little note that I put in there. Robert says, the book that broke the world comes out on the 9th, peoples. Heidi says, Alex, sometimes hype can ruin a book too. That's so true, Heidi. I was waiting for Sun Eater to be great, and I finally just gave up after book 2. So, Heidi, it's really interesting that you say that because Sun Eater was one of those books that at least I'm pretty sure it was that one. I had gotten like a really hateful comment from somebody one time where he was like, the fact that you haven't, or no, excuse me, is Sun Eater part of the Book of the Sun? Shit. I'm trying to think. I can't look up my comment right now because I don't even know where I put my phone. It's probably in the other room. But anyway, so you saying that reminded me of just when people hype things and they say like, oh, this is the best sci-fi book, or oh, this is the best fantasy book, and then they're really rude about it when you haven't read it, or they say like, oh, you'll love it so much, and then you don't end up really liking it and the people get mad. It's like that just really sucks. So I appreciate the commiseration in that regard because the Sun Eater is one that I do need to read, but the fact that you didn't like it all that much is interesting because that's one that people keep telling me to read. And Kat says, just joking. I could care less if people like the books I love. I like what I like. Yeah, we all do, though. That's the beautiful thing. Alicia says, I have the Midnight Library, but haven't read it. Well, that means that you get to decide whether you are on the love, middle, or hate category too, Alicia. Well, I'd love to hear it whenever you get to it. And Magnolia says, yes, Kat, that. Krista says, that is also how I felt about The Way of Kings. I was more in the middle when I finished it, but I'm currently reading Words of Radiance, and I'm loving it so far. Wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. Kat says, I hope you like it, Alicia, but I still love you if you don't like Alex. Thanks, Kat. And Jessica, hello. Good to see you. You said hello. Here in the background today, going to have brunch and go shopping. Well, thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. And congratulations again on your 100 subscribers. That's fantastic. Heidi says, Robert, I know the audiobook for The Book That Won't Burn has a 2-month wait on Libby. Dang. Wow. Zach says, the Book That Won't Burn was 3.5 stars for me. I thought he stole too much from the Codex Alera by Jim Butcher. There we go. Ms. Starbucks says, Piranesi was a 4-star for me because the hype made my expectation too high. Now I'm just trying to forget the hype or classic around it whenever I read it. Yeah, I think hype ruins many books for a lot of people, unfortunately, because they hear everybody talk about it and they go, oh, well, this has to be the next best thing since sliced bread. And, some books just aren't for everybody. I need to be better, I think, about tempering my expectations because there are some books that when I look at them, I go, oh, that's going to be a 5-star. It's got to be a 5-star. And that was what happened to me in March is I had a book that was like that. Like I was going into it and it's like, oh, this is going to be amazing. I can't wait. And then I read it and I was so disappointed. And it's like, if I didn't put that expectation on a book, if I just read it and I just accepted it for whatever the story was, and if I love it, I love it. If I don't, I don't. That probably would be a better, maybe even a healthier reading experience for me. But I think that's hard for most people. Like you pick books because you think that you're going to like them, right? Like you're not picking a book because you think it's going to be mediocre. So, well, at least most people don't. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just gabbing. Robert says, Heidi, best book I've read in years. So cool. Kat says, Heidi, I agree with you. Same thing happened with movies as well. I've never watched Titanic or Top Gun. Oh my God, really? I felt like I already watched both with all the hype and chatter. Wow. If I had to pick one of those to tell somebody to watch, it would actually be Titanic. But that's because that was a movie that I loved when I was growing up. Like Top Gun was good and I saw it when I was growing up, but I watched Titanic way more. So I have a huge soft spot for that movie. But wow, I didn't know that you had never seen it. My mom is like that with Forrest Gump. She refuses to watch it because everybody talks about it. And I think Forrest Gump is a great movie. Robert says, isn't Sun Eater Rockio? I butchered his name. I genuinely have no idea because I don't have my phone, but hopefully somebody else can confirm. Heidi says, Alex, not Book of the Sun, but Sun Eater was a world of bullies. I may be the only one who thinks the author waxed poetic way too much for me. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I got those two mixed up. Book of the Sun was a different one. So thank you for clarifying on that one. But Sun Eater is still one that people have told me that I need to read. So I'll be sure to let you know what I think of it when I end up getting around to it eventually. And Kat says, Alex, you are so close to 700. I am. I'm inching, I'm getting there. I'm like a little inchworm, slowly but surely. But I'm very happy with my progress because, I'm here and I get to talk with all of you. And it's wonderful to just spend time with like cool people and every week and to continuously be meeting more cool people. So I'm very happy with where I'm at. And Cliff, hello Cliff, I'm happy to see you. Cliff just hit 1,000 subscribers, everybody, so congratulations to him as well. And he says, hi Alex, just popping in to say hi, need to go to bed soon, midnight here. Well, Cliff, I don't know if you're still here, but thank you so much for stopping by, and I do look forward to getting to chat with you soon. So we'll have to get that figured out. Heidi says, Robert Christopher wrote, oh gosh, I don't know if I can even say that. Rocio? I don't know if my accent will allow me to say that correctly. Probably I'd have to hear somebody else say it. And Carissa says, that's why I don't read books as soon as they come out. I try to let the hype die down. It's funny that you say that, Carissa, because I almost feel like I would have to read a book when it came out before everybody hyped it in order to discover how I feel about it. Because sometimes I think the longer that a book is out, the worse the hype gets. But maybe that's just me. Because I remember what happened with Fourth Wing. Fourth Wing was like insane. And it seemed to me like after the book was released is like people were talking about it even more. But maybe that's just my perspective. Robert says, Book of the New Sun is Gene Wolfe. Yes, okay. That was the one that somebody was a jerk to me about. And I haven't read it yet, so you'd think that they wouldn't be a jerk to me about a book I haven't even read and given a rating yet, but they did. Miss Starbuck says, since sliced bread, is that an American saying or a book? It is an American saying, Miss Starbuck. Yeah, we say the best thing since sliced bread. And Kat says, and bad marketing along with high Pensar issue with remarkably bright creatures. Yes, ma'am. And I will say in my video, Kat, I mentioned you, so you'll see a tag for it because I talk about the fact that we did a buddy read for it, and I didn't want to speak for you, so I didn't say what you said about it, but I did mention that we had a lengthy conversation and that not necessarily everything in it was positive. And Carissa says, I like the second half of the Titanic. That's funny to me that you like the second half where all the drama happens. I like that. The Starbucks says, I've watched Titanic. I think I haven't watched Top Gun either, or too long ago that I don't remember. It's been a long time for me since I've seen Top Gun. And Carissa says, my dad loves Top Gun. Kat says, my husband thinks I'm ridiculous that I won't watch it. Well, you know, I get that some people, like, you've heard about it for so long, you're not really interested in watching it. Funny enough, I felt that way about Terminator. And it wasn't until it was like 2 weeks ago, Keaton showed me Terminator for the very first time, the first movie. And he was like, I got to show you Terminator 1 so that I can show you Terminator 2. Because Terminator 2, he said, is the best one. And I saw it and I was like, okay, now I understand all the references that everybody's been making for years. But I've also felt like I had a pretty good understanding of what was going on only because it's a cultural reference, right? They talk about it all the time. So I totally understand. And Carissa says, I didn't watch Forrest Gump until my freshman year of high school, and I haven't watched it since. That's fair. It's one of those movies that it kind of meanders. Like, I think it's good, and I like the way that he tells the story and how a lot of it, is taking place on a bench, and he's kind of like having flashbacks about stuff. But I can definitely see where that might not be people's cup of tea. Heidi says, Magnolia, American saying, the greatest ever equals sliced bread. Dee Dee says, I watched Top Gun again for the first time in years, and it was not what I remembered. Like Grimace, like, yeah, I think a lot of people rewatched it for the new movie that came out, and I never went and saw the new one, so can't comment. But my dad saw it, and he said he really liked it. Zach says, I got to see Top Gun in IMAX. The roar of the jet engine was one of my favorite movie-going experiences. Now, that would be really cool if you had like a full surround sound experience. Magnolia says, oh, never heard of that. Thanks, Heidi. Gets a Cliff. Alicia says, LOL, I'm now 84 pages into Twisted Love, and I just had an LOL moment with a parrot that says, oh, yes, spank me, master. Oh, those birds. They'll mimic. Robert says, I'm going to unsubscribe then, resubscribe 3 times to get you to 700. That's unfortunately not how that works, and I think the algorithm might hate me more after that, Robert, so please don't do that. Miss Starbuck is laughing at Robert, so is Kat. And Miss Starbuck says, Robert, you made me laugh so hard. Heidi says, Kat, I think Barry will love those Burt Reynolds Gator movies. Burt Reynolds was awesome. My favorite role of his by far is Smokey and the Bandit. That's a movie that I watch with my grandma Julie, and every time I see it or hear anybody reference it or hear like trucker call signs, I always think of my grandma Julie. Kat says, I'll be back. I love Terminator. Or I'll be back. Yes, absolutely. And Miss Starbuck says, love Arnold and his movies. Kat says, I also love Forrest Gump. And Robert says, Kat, he says that first in Running Man. I need to see that with him, but first I have to read the book because I do have a copy of the book. I will say that, so I go to trivia, and I usually do it weekly, and there was one time that it was Stephen King trivia, and I nailed the crap out of that. That was such a good night. But there was one movie or one question that was Stephen King that I didn't get, and it was the Running Man question because I'd never seen it, and I didn't know that the leading guy was Arnold Schwarzenegger. So that one stunk, but that was good otherwise. All right, everybody. We got to head into our first sprint, which means that you need to type quickly in the little chat box and tell me, is it going to be 45 or 30 minutes? And don't say 22 or 67 or 89 or 5,000 seconds. Is it going to be 45 minutes or 30 minutes? What's it going to be? And Kat wins, and she said 45 minutes. Okay, you got it, Kat. And you also said, I forgot about Running Man. And Alicia said 45 as well. Perfect. And Miss Stark says, Kat, you were so fast. And Miss Stark says 5,000 seconds. Of course, of course, of course. I'll get 45 minutes up on the clock. They did a really cool update to the Pomodoro Kitty. So now you can actually do heterochromia eyes for the cat. So I have mine today. Oop, if I can get over to the right screen here, you'll be able to see it's got one green eye and one blue eye. It's really fun. There's like more variety. I'm not sure why the creator did that, but I love it. Miss Starbucks says, oh, oops, sorry. Krista says, I haven't read Running Man either. Well, maybe we can do that at some point because I am interested. I want to read pretty much everything that King has written except for Cujo. I have no, like I said, I've had no interest in reading that. You said, I'm trying to read more of his backlog. Yeah, well, there's a lot to choose from. You know, you can have your pick of the litter, as they say. Mario Line says, I probably won't make it to the end of the sprint yet, midnight here, so I wish everyone the best sprints. Thank you so much, my friend, and you have a wonderful night, and take care of yourself. Miss Starbucks says, I'll first get new glass of water when the sprint begins. Good. Cheers. Hydrate. Everybody, be sure to do that. I also got to give you your question. And my question for you is this. It's for an event that's coming up here, which everybody has been hearing about. Are you someplace where you'll be able to watch the solar eclipse? Let me know. Can you see the solar eclipse from where you're at, or are you traveling to see it? Because that sounds like a lot of fun. And Heidi says, oh, wow, that Pomodoro Kitty is the first lock cat now with one green and one blue. Cool. Kat says, Cujo is great, but very sad. Yeah, that's why I don't want to read it. And Carissa says, I want to read Needful Things next. That one is one of my top King books. I gave that one, it was like 4.5 stars. I really like that book. And Alicia says, agreed, Kat, the saddest. And Miss Starbucks says, Mario Line sounds Dutch, your name. I am as well Dutch. And Kat says, I don't think we'll see it in Louisiana. Well, maybe you'll get it on the next round in 40 years, Kat. You'll be kicking. You'll be here. You'll be living your best life in 40 years, watching the solar eclipse. I'd like to travel to go see that one too. That would be fun. Marioline says, Miss Starbuck, spot on. And Nicole says, running to pick up my son. Should be back before end of sprint. Well, you take care and be safe out there, Nicole. And Kat says, Carissa, I loved Needful Things. And Alex, hello to you. Welcome. We're getting ready to start our first sprint. So you made it just in time. You said, I'll be dead in 40 years. No, ma'am, you're going to live forever. That's why I said you're going to be living your best life. You're not going anywhere. I have declared it. Kat cannot leave. And Carissa says, a cat is just a super chunky book. And Alicia says, no, Kat. And that's what I'm saying. The answer is no, Kat. You are going to be here with us, being happy. All right. So, gonna get 40. I got my 45 minutes up on the clock. Be sure to let me know what you're going to be doing if you can see the solar eclipse from where you're at. And I will see you all in a little bit while Kat laughs her butt off at all of us. Happy reading. Here we go. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 83. So still got a long ways to go, though. This book is 588 pages, so it doesn't really look that long, but the pages are pretty thin, and the font isn't that big either, so it's going to take me a little bit to work through this, but fortunately I'm liking it so far, so that's good. So let me know how you're doing in your book. And also, before we left, I asked you all the question, are you someplace where you'll be able to watch the total solar eclipse? I was really curious to hear about that because it seems like it's all a lot of people are able to talk about. Before we left, Kat said, I'll be 95, ladies, if I live that long, meaning another 40 years to see the next total solar eclipse that'll be going over the California area. And Kat, I believe that you will live to be 95. I 100% believe that. And I believe it because you have the sweetest spirit and you have like a young heart. And that means that you're just going to live forever. That's what I'm saying. Heidi says, yes, New York is affected by the eclipse. My son is being sent home from school early. The district thinks there will be accidents on the road. That's a good thing that he's being sent home early because, yeah, if people are going to be driving and then just stopping to stare up at the sky, I definitely could see why that would be important for the kids not to be in the buses. Alicia says, I'll haunt people with you when we die, Cat. Pillow therapy to the extreme. Oh, that's great. Robert says, eclipse tip 2, Western Pennsylvania and over Syracuse, New York, 235 miles away. I'll find out how good it looks from where I am. There you go. Heidi says, Robert, you may need those glasses. I'll be in my house watching General Hospital at 3:30. Zach says, I have read all of Stephen King's books. Cujo and Needful Things are great. The book and movie for The Running Man have almost nothing to do with each other. Okay, that's good to know. Heidi says, I won't be surprised if the news breaks it with a live video. Meaning for the eclipse that they'll show it live, I probably. But breaking General Hospital for the eclipse, that would be interesting. I don't know about that. Maybe. Robert says, Heidi, library ran out of glasses. I'll find something so I can watch. Well, if you have a welding hat, that might work. Heidi says, Zach, what is your favorite king? Zach says, I don't think I'm in an eclipse zone, but I'd ignore it either way. And he says, there is a Witcher short story where the wizards killed all the girls that were born during an eclipse called The Lesser Evil. Oh my. I like The Witcher. Zach says, Heidi, but I do pretend the ending doesn't exist. Fun fact, Gerald's Game and Dolores Claiborne by Stephen King have an eclipse in them. Very topical. Good job, Zach. Nice. Heidi says, an eclipse is also used to show off a magical power of prediction in John Gwynn's The Faithful and the Fallen. Okay. Good to know. Diane says, yes, my husband and I will watch it. Cool. And he says, Zach, most of the time I dislike the supernatural stuff in King's books, especially giant spiders. But Shelob and the Lord of the Rings did not bother me because it is a fantasy setting. Yeah, and you also have Aragog in Harry Potter as well. Aragog was cool. Heidi says, Alicia, Mr. Billman himself just loved a comment I left him months ago on his YouTube channel for his narration of Between Two Fires. I am starstruck. Earthquake, eclipse, now this. Wow. That's amazing. You got the trifecta there, Heidi. I'm happy for you. Congratulations. Robert says, Aftershock 2 minutes ago. Oh my gosh, really? Oh, I'm glad that you're okay. Robert says, by the way, Alex, Bobak, Ferdowsi, and Big Head are in episode 8 of Three Body Problem. If you don't know who they are, we can't be friends. I think that you might say then that you can't be my friend, Robert. 1 second. You have to also keep in mind that sometimes I'm really just bad with names. You're talking about Big Head from Big Head Todd and the Monsters, like the rock band? Is that who you're talking about or somebody else? So I don't know if I know who that is. Oh no. Well, I'm sorry, Robert. Forgive me. Or don't. Either way. Alicia says, made it to page 114 of 344 of Twisted Love. Off to eat dinner. Be back shortly. Well, good job making a lot of progress. Heidi says, Robert, I binged Three Body Problem and loved it. I did not read the books. Will Downey was my favorite character, unknown actor. Okay. Good to know. I'm really happy that you loved it so much, Heidi. I hope that I end up loving it as well. Even if it's not as much like the books, I want the show to be good. Nicole says, oh my, Robert, made it back with 12 minutes to read. Good job. I'm glad that you made it home safe. Alicia says, Heidi, that's so cool. I know he liked my Goodreads review of Between Two Fires. I would enjoy listening to him read it. That's still my favorite from him. He also said, how generous of him to just put his story out there for free. Yeah, that's so cool. Robert says, Heidi, I loved seeing Kiko O'Brien. Heidi says, oh, yeah, me too. The new season of Discovery is based on the Next Generation season 6 episode called Chase with Picard and the Cardassians. I have to rewatch because I do not remember the episode. So cool. Hello, Alyssa. Good to see you. Welcome to my channel and my sprints. I hope that you are doing well today and let me know what it is that you are reading. Robert says, Alyssa Mello, hi. And Miss Starbuck says, no, I don't think I will see it here. Probably not because it's only over like North America, I think. And the path that it's crossing is from like Texas up to Canada. So yeah, unfortunately, no. Heidi says, Alicia, the official audiobook narrator for Between Two Fires sounds like Sean Bean. Thomas sounding like Boromir was perfection for me. So awesome. Alex says, I'm not reading, but I'm downsizing my closet productive cleaning things. Well done. Yeah, spring cleaning. That's great. I do enjoy a good spring clean. Alicia says, I ate a French dip sandwich. I love French dips. I also make a mean one in a crock pot, though. I don't know whether you made yours or whether you bought yours, Alicia, but my secret is using French onion soup. It's a great thing. And William says 9 pages, took short breaks between pages, not a clips from here. Okay. And Christina says cakes are out of the oven. Woohoo. And now cooling. And I have been sprint hopping a bit. Surprised? No, I'm not. Now making supper. By the way, what kind of cake is it? I don't think I asked that. I didn't. Alicia says, nice, Heidi. I'll have to check that out. Christina says, hi, Alyssa. And Zach says, I got to 449 out of 711. Good job. Kat says, I made some progress editing. I'm adding graphics now, making it fancy. Miss Starbucks says, I've read 50 pages. I have the same as you, small font, so it takes me a bit longer. Yeah, small font and a translated work will always take longer, Miss Starbuck. I know you can relate to that. Christina says, we got the glasses for the eclipse, but we will be lucky if we don't have clouds. Yeah, sadly, that's the way that it's going to be for pretty much all the path of totality. I am actually driving to be able to see the eclipse in the totality path, which means that I am going to be in part of the mass chaos of car traffic, which I'm really not looking forward to, which is why I'm going by the motto of arrive early and leave late. And Bubby is taken care of. He has a babysitter so that I can, make sure that everybody is safe and sound because I am going to be driving like so carefully because I don't trust everybody else like trying to zip around getting from place to place. And Nicole says, I'll be partially eclipsed where I am. Some of my family will be in the total eclipse path. I have the glasses, though. Good job. Yeah, the place that we're going, we actually decided to, because we're traveling to the path of totality, we are going to a winery actually to visit, and they're going to be providing the glasses to us. So I'm really looking forward to that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Kat says, Zach, the short story for Lawnmower Man is a terrific short story, but the movie is terrible and nothing like the story. It's probably why I don't ever hear anybody talk about Lawnmower Man. Christina says, I'm thinking of rating Dolores Claiborne during the eclipse. I find it Kismet. Zach says The Langoliers by Stephen King is my least favorite book and movie based on his work. Yeah, I think you all were talking about The Langoliers once, and everybody was kind of like, yeah, I didn't really like it. Kat says, last night my husband and I finished the Netflix series of The Gentleman and really enjoyed it. Loved Theo James in it. Woohoo! That's great. I have not seen The Gentleman, so that's encouraging. Alicia says, I plan on listening to The Langoliers soon, solely because it's narrated by Willem Dafoe. Oh, well, that automatically makes it better because it's Willem Dafoe. Kat says, hey, Alyssa Mello. And Alyssa says, are we talking about the earthquake on the East Coast? I'm taking a nap. I was taking a nap when it happened. That happened to me. I had one earthquake happened where I was growing up and I slept through it. So I've never like truly experienced an earthquake, even though I have technically like physically been a part of one. Robert says Nelson Big Head Spaghetti from Silicon Valley. Bodak is the one with the mohawk and was on the original Mars rover team. You know what, just for you, Robert, I will end up looking them up just because then I need to know who they are and then we can still be friends. There we go. And Christina says, oh, French dip sounds so good right now. I agree. Alicia says, crock pot is the way to go for a French dip. I use the French onion soup too. Yes. Then you do it right. Do you also do it on ciabatta? Ciabatta bread is the best for French dips. And Christina says, it's a black midnight cake. Okay. With frosting that I came up with, it's a mix of buttercream and cream cheese frosting with mini peanut butter M&Ms on it. It's for son's birthday gathering at the grandparents. That sounds awesome. And I want some. That sounds so good. Kat says, fun fact, Carrie made 50 today, which means I was 5 years old when it was first published. That is so cool. And congratulations and like a big happy birthday to Carrie. And Alyssa says, who is Bubby? I have a Bubby. Bubby is my dog Barker. Bubby is his nickname, and he's currently laying in his bed over here. Here, let me turn my. There we go. There he is. Just being a cute little ball. He can't help it. He was rambunctious earlier today, so now he must take his long nap in the afternoon. Hi, Robbie. Good to see you. Robbie says, I'm in Dallas and people are already driving in for it. Yeah. The amount of people that even small towns are supposed to be getting is overwhelming. So like if you live in a city, it's kind of like hoping that it's not going to be that bad, but I'm not so certain because some people talk about it as if the traffic is going to be like if you had like the Super Bowl and the NCAA tournament and a Taylor Swift concert and something else like all at one time. That's pretty much the traffic from the solar eclipse. So don't be like me and don't drive anywhere because I'm honestly pretty nervous about it. I won't lie, but it's for the experience. It's a story to tell, and I'll be able to regale all of you next Friday on whether I made it back in one piece or not. But yeah, if you can like avoid driving, stay home. Kat says, that's Carrie by Stephen King. Yeah, I knew what you meant, Kat. I knew what you meant, my friend, because that was his first like official story that he ever got published. So it's very exciting. The Starbucks says, taking a picnic to watch the eclipse, Alex. Yes, exactly. We're taking chips and gonna pack sandwiches and everything. So, it's gonna be good. I'm looking forward to it. The winery said that we were allowed to bring food with us as long as we didn't bring any outside alcohol. And I'm like, no problem. We're just going to be drinking wine. And I knew what you meant, Robbie. And Nicole says, oh no, I know people in the Path of Totality towns who have been told not to leave their homes because of the sheer number of people coming into town. Yeah. So the winery, I actually called them because I called them twice just because I am a planner. I'm that person. But I was like, hey, how many tickets did you sell? And fortunately, they limited the number significantly. So they do it by car. There were only 50 cars of people who were allowed to go. And so they have plenty of room. And at least where we're going to be is not going to be overcrowded. But in all of the surrounding area of where we're going to be, it is. I have no idea what the street is going to look like, but that's why we're trying to get there like really early. So Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. Robbie says, "I'm in Dallas." Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry. Total Eclipse winery date sounds awesome. Yeah, it's, Keaton and I together, and then our friends Dylan and Cody are coming with us, so it's gonna be like a little mini party. Ron, hello, welcome. He said, "Hello, I'm in the path of totality. Our town is going to be overrun with eclipse seekers." Yeah, hopefully they will be nice and considerate people who know how to drive. I know that's a lot to ask for, but I'm putting it out there for you. I'm sending positive vibes. Alicia says, "I didn't use ciabatta this time, but that is good too." It really is ciabatta with the provolone cheese. Gotta love it. He said, "Look at how cute he is. He is the cutest." He's also a turd, though. Never forget that, Alicia. Barker is a turd. And Kat says, "Alicia, Willem Dafoe is amazing. Kelsey loved the audio. I like the story in the movie. And the movie is cheesy but fun. And King made a cameo in it. I have an awesome souvenir of when Kelsey and I talked about it." That's so cool. I love that. Alicia says, "Can we get a day in the life of Barker vlog?" uh, we could. It would be a lot of him saying how hungry he is and acting like I don't feed him, and then asking for more treats and going for walks and taking long naps. So think of like the chillest vlog possible and the laziest vlog other than the walk. And that's Barker's life. So he's been really upset because the weather's been crap here for the last few days. And it's like so bad that we haven't really wanted to go outside. Like it freaking snowed, y'all. It's April and it snowed. And I was not happy about it. But the 70-degree weather is coming, thankfully. And Alyssa says, "My cat's name is Bosco, but we call him Bubby. He's a good boy." Oh, I love that. That's so cute. Bosco's a great name. So we got Barker and Bosco, and both of them are Bubby. There we go. Alicia says, "From Benjamin, Cat and I love everything Willem Dafoe." Zach says, "Willem the Fiend." And Christine says, "And how know how to drive. Good luck. People tend to forget how to do that." Yeah, they sure do, especially when they're looking up at the sky and not at the road. Nicole says, "Wow, really want a French dip now." If you want a really good recipe, Nicole, I will email one to you because it has never failed me and I love it a whole lot. Kat says, "Me too, Alicia. It breaks my heart in Platoon and at Eternity's Gate." Starbucks says, "Okay, I lied." Well, Book Mori lied. Haha. I've read 24 pages. My Book Mori was weird. I was confused about how much it was saying. Well, hey, I thought that you had just like read 50 pages and you're like, there we go, got 50 down. Which honestly, I would believe only because I am a very slow reader. I read slower than most people. So I wouldn't have thought anything of it. And Christina says, "Right, Nicole?" And Alicia says, "I would share my French dip if you guys were close." Oh, that is so sweet. Thank you. Nicole says, "Yes, please, French dip email." I will do that, Nicole. I will send that to you actually on the next sprint. I'll email it to you. French dip recipe. I'm putting a highlight under it so that I don't forget. Christina says, "I want the recipe, please." Absolutely. Christina, put your email in the chat box for me and I will email it to you. And Carissa says, "I'm going to head out. I'll see you guys next week." Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day, Carissa, and you take care of yourself. Robert says, "Heidi, wait, General Hospital. It's still 1990 where you are?" Oh, Robert, that show's never going to end. You should know better. It's a soap. Starbucks says, "I am a slow reader as well, especially this book with the small font, so I was confused." And Christina says, "Alicia, bring the French dip and I will share some cake or some pie." That sounds like a good trade. Kat says, "Bye, Carissa. Happy weekend." Miss Starbucks says, "May I have the recipe as well?" Absolutely. Everybody who wants the recipe, put your email in the chat box and I will send you the French dip. So that's no problem at all. And Nicole says, "Bye, Carissa." And Alicia says, "That's a good deal." Christina, I completely agree. All right, everybody, let me know while people are typing their emails into the chat box how long you want the next sprint to be. Because, we got to get the next one rolling here. And then I also will be able to put up the next question, which is, What is one book that you were intimidated to read but have been convinced that you should? Because I know that I have one. And Kat jumped in there first thing, said 45. Sorry, Christina. We always do 30 or 45 minutes. But Kat got it at 45 for you. So that's pretty close. Miss Starbucks says, "Where's the chat box? You're typing in it, my friend." Yes, I call it the chat box because you have like the comments that are on a regular YouTube video, and then you have the chat when there's a live. So yeah, just if you have an email that you want the French dip, put it where you're typing to me right now, where I can see your comments. And Zach put in really tiny font 45. How did you even do that? I have never seen it be like EBD tiny little font before. Christina says 30 plus 30. Yeah, but that would be 2 sprints. See. I see you, Christina. You're so funny. All right. Well, I will get the next sprint pulled up here, and be sure to answer that question as well. And I'll wait for people's emails to come through, and I'll start sending out the French dip recipe. Oh, hang on. Let me look at my comments really quick. Sorry. Oh, Miss Starbucks said I'm going to bed now. Okay, well, you can email me if you want the French dip recipe, Miss Starbucks, as well. My email's in my description on my channel. Like if you go and you look at the description on what my channel is about. And Nicole saying night to Miss Starbucks. Miss Starbucks says thanks, Nicole. And Ron says I'm going to be doing a dishwashing sprint. Miss Starbucks said bye bye. Okay. Well, Ron is being productive with his dishwashing sprint. So there you go. And Robert says, I stopped watching soaps when Ryan's Hope went off the air. There we go. Miss Starbucks said, I already put the email here. Oh, I must have missed it. Oh, it doesn't look like it came through. Doesn't look like it came through. Do I have an Instagram? I do have an Instagram, actually. It's my Instagram is the same as my like handle for my channel, which is at Alex Frank Fiction. So yes, so if you type in Alex Frank Fiction, you can find me on Instagram on there as well. Oh, YouTube will delete email addresses unless they're a moderator. That sucks. Okay, well, I guess you guys will have to reach out to me. Dang it. Okay, here, I'm going to here's my email address, okay? alexfrankfiction@gmail.com. That's like what I call my business email, my channel email. So if you want to message me on there and be like, hey, this is me, give me that French dip, I will do that for you. And then you guys can email me. So there we go. And I promise when we come back, I'll sort through the comments so I can see what people were putting to actually answer the question as well. So thank you all who were telling me, yeah, not being able to add it without the wrench. I got to figure out how to make people moderators anyway. I don't have any moderators yet. So, okay, perfect. I'm going to start the sprint now. I'll quit gabbing. I'll see you all in a little bit, and happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 94. Slow going, but I did get some recipes sent out to people, so that was fun. Let's see, forgot to pause the timer. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one book you are intimidated to read but have been convinced that you should? And I was super curious about this. So I have to go back and kind of look through some of these because I was like bouncing around with the recipe issue. So Alicia said Lonesome Dove and Pillars of the Earth. It's interesting that you said Pillars of the Earth, Alicia, because that is a book that Keaton wants me to read. So we can discover how we feel about that together, I guess. Heidi said Robert in 1981 and Luke and Laura. Oh, it is 1981 and Luke and Laura just got married. Oh, talking about General Hospital. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Zach. Oh, I was wondering how he got his font for the 45 so tiny. He said secret TM. So he figured out some way to do that. I like the tiny TM there too. Let's see. Heidi says the Count of Monte Cristo was intimidating. Heidi, I think that's so funny that you put that one into the chat because that is my answer for this as well. It was Nicole and Robert and a bunch of other people who were like, yes, you must read the Count of Monte Cristo. And that was a book that I never thought that I would read, but I do have a free digital copy of it that I was able to get because it's a classic and I will get to it. I have to like psych myself up for that one because of how long it is. But I do hope that I truly love it as much as everybody says. Let's see here. Robert was saying Alicia Pillars of the Earth is magnificent. And Nicole says, I second Robert, Alicia. So that bodes well. I'm really glad for that. Keaton talks about that book all the time. So that's really cool. Let's see. Oh, William has a good one too. He says Gone with the Wind because the film is the highest grossing film ever adjusted for inflation. It might be uncomfortable reading being from the slave owner's perspective. Yeah, that's a good point. I have never read the book, but I saw the movie many years ago. Don't remember a whole heck of a lot about it though. And Alicia says, oh, you guys are convincing me even more. Good. And Alex says, Les Mis. I want to read it so bad, but it's also just the longest thing. I hear so many amazing reviews, though. Also, The Martian sounds fantastic, but I know it's very science heavy. On the note of Les Mis, Keaton has read that, and he's talked to me a lot about that as well. I don't personally have an interest in reading Les Mis, but I love the play. Like, I've seen the play live in London, which was absolutely amazing. I'll never have an experience like that again. But yeah, I know what you mean. Very intimidating. The Martian, I am really excited to read that one, but the only reason I would find The Martian intimidating isn't the science so much as it is that it was a really hyped book. And some people, when they talk about it, they say that they prefer Project Hail Mary over The Martian, even though The Martian is the one that got its own movie, of course, because it came first. So we shall see, Alex, because I got my copy of it. I have an Easton Press copy of that book that I need to read. Robert says, Intimidated by Neuromancer by William Gibson, although I was told to read Burning Chrome first as a buffer. I have not read Burning Chrome, but I have read Neuromancer, and I can tell you that Neuromancer is definitely a book of its time, if that makes sense. Like the language and the way that it's written is not in a modern style at all. Like you're going to be able to obviously tell what's going on, but that the way that it was written didn't mesh with me very well, and I don't have any interest in reading the two books that came after it, which was a huge bummer because I know how much people love Neuromancer and how much it inspired many books after it. You know, like The Night City, and you have games like Cyberpunk 2077, and how much of that was inspired by Neuromancer. So I'm really glad I read the book because now I have the context for the things that William Gibson came up with. But if I'm looking at the book on its own, it wasn't the best thing that I've ever read, but that's just also my opinion. Zach says, I was kidding about the little numbers being secret on my keyboard Android. All you do is hold the numbers down. I learned so I could correct type the title of Square 3 by by Square Third by Mira Grant. That's cool, Zach. Good little trick. And Robert W says, if I send you my email, can I get the whole meal sent to me? I wish that I could just like teleport you a meal. That would be so cool if we could do that. Nobody would ever go hungry again. Bubby is very sadly laying over by the door. So during the next sprint, I'm going to have to let him out. Like, look at him. He's just being a ham over there. Just so dramatic. He was scratching at the door and he's like, Bob, let me out. Alicia says, I'm intimidated by the Game of Thrones series because of the sheer volume of the books, but I will read them at some point this year. It is a goal of mine. Alicia, I love them. I really enjoyed. I haven't read any of the like spin-off books that George R.R. Martin wrote because I got too mad about the fact that he never finished the original series, which is something I've talked about a lot on here. But of the books that he did write for the original set, they're great. So hopefully you will enjoy them. A lot of drama happens, a lot of death, a lot of sad things. So just, kind of prepare yourself for that. But the politics is great. Mary Lou, hello. Good to see you. Said good evening, everybody. Bubby, I know that you want to go potty. I'll let you out in just a little bit. I promise. And you said, I really need to read Mistborn. Yes, I need to read Mistborn as well, though I don't think that'll probably be my first Sanderson. You said, but Mistborn is so long it intimidates me. Yeah, that's fair. And Christina says, just finished supper and listening to the fifth Harry Potter with the boys. Awesome. Nicole says 30 pages. William says 5 pages, also had breakfast. Good job. Alicia says, I got to page 144 of 344 of Twisted Love. Cool. Also, William, what'd you have for breakfast? I had oatmeal this morning. Ron says, the dishes have been done. Woohoo! I also listened to a good portion of The Free People's Village by Sim Kern. Sweet. And Nicole says, if you're thinking Les Mis, read Jonathan Strange first. If you like the structure of that, you'll be fine with Les Mis. That's a really good recommendation. I do actually have full intention to read Jonathan Strange, though I am curious because I saw the cover of it in your video that came out here recently, and I want to hear like your final thoughts on it because I already heard some of them in our chat when you've been on here before, but I want to hear the rest. Alicia says, I loved Project Hail Mary, and I plan on reading The Martian this year. Fingers crossed. So cool. Ron says, Neuromancer is one of my favorite books. I've read it many times. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad that that's a book that meshes well with you. There was just something about it that didn't for me, and I kind of wonder, because I still have my copy, because it's like a special copy that I got and I didn't want to sell it. And I'm kind of wondering if I should go back and reread it because it's been years. I read Neuromancer at the beginning of my love for science fiction, kind of like delving into it. And I don't know, I just wasn't quite for me, but I'm glad that you love it. Mary Lou says, I love both The Martian and Project Hail Mary, but I agree that Project Hail Mary is better. There we go. Okay. And Nicole says, except for people with no email, they'd be hungry. True, but I think if people were being sent free food, they'd probably set up an email pretty quick, I think, unless they didn't have Wi-Fi. Alex says, I have no desire to read Jonathan Strange. LOL, I didn't even like Piranesi, and that one gets way better reviews. I loved Piranesi, so that's funny to hear you say that you didn't like it, but I can understand why. I really can. Alicia says, Game of Thrones is so good. Highly recommend. Nicole says, Alex, then Les Mis may be a stretch. The Hunchback of Notre Dame gives you a feel for his writing, but is way shorter. That's a great recommendation. And William says, just toast and coffee. That's a classic breakfast right there. Um, Also, everybody, let me know in the comments, would you like the next sprint to be 30 or 45 minutes? Do let me know. And Alex says, but Piranesi doesn't sound anything like Les Mis. Like the thing that fell flat for me in Piranesi was the plot and the characters. And I've heard Les Mis is great on both of those. Yes. Well, I can only speak from the perspective of somebody who has seen the play, but I can confirm that the story and the characters have a lot of depth to them. And that's another reason why the book is intimidating is because, like, if you consider, like, the plays and the movies, so much has to be condensed because of how much detail is in the books, and, of course, like, I or yeah. Well, was it originally more than 1 volume too? I might be wrong about that, but somebody wants to jump in who's actually read it. Nicole, you can tell me. Okay, William got it. He said 30 minutes, so I can adjust that. And Nicole says, they're not similar, but most people who don't like Les Mis don't like the structure of the novel. Lots of tangents. Okay, so if you don't like how she plots her novels, you may not like Les Mis. Good to know. Yeah, there's just those. It's so thick. Like you can imagine how much detail and how much backstory is in there. Alex says, also, I didn't hate Piranesi, Alex. LOL, it's just a 3-star read for me. Okay. Well, 3 stars is solid. It's not great. It's not terrible. It just is. So that's not bad. Well, I will go ahead and I will get the timer adjusted for 30 minutes, and I got to let this pupper out before he like screams at me. And Nicole says, all the detail, all the backstory. I think I might stick to the play in that case, but I'm still interested in reading Jonathan Strange. And then I have another question for you all. This one's just a simple one, but I'm curious. Which would you prefer as a gift, flowers or chocolate? It's kind of that time of year. Flowers and chocolate abound. So do let me know. And I'm going to go ahead. Got the timer pulled up. I'm going to take care of my boy here. And I'm going to see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I got a friend, I got a visitor here. I'll lower my computer a little bit so that you all can see him. You've seen my face plenty, but I'm sure you want to see Bub. Before we left, I asked you all the question, which would you prefer as a gift, flowers or chocolate? And I haven't seen any of the responses yet. So let us see. Ron was the first to answer, and Ron said chocolate. All right. And Mary Lou said chocolate for sure. I'm allergic to many flowers, so my husband has an easy choice there. That would not be fun to be allergic to flowers. I take it it's the pollen makes you like sneezy and itchy. That is not enjoyable. Are there any flowers that you can, you know, have in your house that you enjoy, or like all the prettiest ones to you, ones that you can't be around? Alicia says flowers, preferably with root in a pot. Yes, I got some back behind me as well, Alicia. So I am with you there. I too would also prefer flowers. And Kat said flowers as well with a little sunflower. Sunflowers are cool. And hello. I'm trying to remember, it's Rachel, right? Rachel said, "Hey, Alex, hope you're having a fantastic day." And I hope that you are also having a fantastic day, Rachel. Thank you. And Christina says, I love me some dark chocolate. It depends on the flower. Daisies, yes, please. Roses, no thanks. Plants work better. And if they come with dark chocolate nuts, all the better. Also depends on why I am getting the gift. Is the person just being nice, or did they do something? So you're putting on your little like detective glass and you're like, okay, you're doing something special. Is there a reason for this? And Rachel says, hey, Christina. And Rachel says, which do I prefer as a gift? I think I got to up my standards because none of my exes ever bought me flowers or chocolate. They definitely should. Like they should. Well, it doesn't have to be either one of those things, but just like a thoughtful gift. Like even somebody buying you a card and like writing a nice message in it is a thoughtful gift. And Christina says, hi, Rachel. And Alex says, I'm the bitter person who likes neither flowers nor chocolate, but a book is about the same price and I'll take that any day. Well, you know what? That's an easy option too. Being able to get you a book, going over, even if they don't know the book that you want, getting you a gift card to be able to buy one. That's great too. And Mary Lou said, good point, Alex. Yes. Keaton has gifted me books as well, as flowers and food. Zach says chocolate, but I prefer a book. Or whiskey. Whiskey would be a good one too. Robert says, none of this is true. 262 of 365 pages. I want to finish this tonight and start Annie Bot tomorrow. I would go with houseplants over flowers or Reese's Pieces. Yep, I knew it, Robert. You and your Reese's Pieces. And Ron saying about Barker. Barkington. Yes, Lord Barkington, Sir Barkington. I actually do have a friend named Amanda who calls him that. How was Lord Barkington doing today? He is a ham, as always. Just always know that. Nicole says 15 pages. I keep getting distracted by looking at paintings in my art book. That's a good thing to get distracted by, though. Like it's cultural, it's beautiful. I like it. Alex says, got a trash bag full of clothes to unhaul. Also did laundry and cleaned the kitchen. Nice work. Fantastic job. Nicole says, chocolate. Nice. And Angel is here. Hello, Angel. And Angel says, flowers. And Christina says, sweet baby who looks kind of like one of ours. He does have a very sweet face, and he's mischievous, which is why it's so hard to stay mad at him when he does something, because he just looks at you with those big eyes and you're like, oh, you're such a butthole, but oh, you're the cutest. Mary Lou says, I can handle flowers without a heavy scent. Can't do roses at all, but something like tulips are okay. Good to know. He said, my husband has also given me silk flowers. Oh, that's sweet too. Silk flowers can be very nice. And Rachel says, I would like to be courted. Woo me, goddammit. Yes, That is the expectation that you should have. If that's something that you want, you go get it, girl. That's all I'm saying. He said, "Oh, hey, Nicole." And Angel said, "Bouquet of tacos." Now that is an excellent idea. I didn't even think about that. And if they could be like the Doritos Locos tacos from Taco Bell, I would be here for it all day long. I can eat the hell out of those tacos. They're amazing. And Ron said, "I read None of This Is True back in February. It was good. There was a twisty twist at the end." Ooh, some people consider that to be a spoiler to find out that there is a twist at the end. And Zach says, "Only got to 472, had some boring life stuff to do." Well, we all have the boring life stuff sometimes. Parker kept distracting me because he was getting antsy and I kept having to check in on him. So I didn't get a whole lot of reading done, admittedly. I did finally break page 100, though. Success, I would say. I might have to read None of This Is True, but I'll probably end up trying to guess the ending like I do everything else. But I'm going to write that one down. All right. Let's see. Let's see. I think I can do another 2 sprints, y'all. So this will be the second to last sprint. So tell me how long you want the second to last sprint to be. And Alex says, "I got to tell my boyfriend I require a bouquet of tacos." Oh, my next boyfriend. Okay. Why your next one? Can't your current one give you your tacos? And Kat says 45. All right. Kat got it. Sorry, Mary Lou. Maybe you can get it on the next one. And Christina also wants 45. So that works. I get the 45 up here. And Nicole is saying hi to Rachel. Oh, the current one is no more. Well, good riddance to him then. Your next one can give you a bouquet of tacos. You got expectations, and I like that. Knows how to be treated. Angel had a great idea. That's what I'm saying. All right, so that means that I have to give you your next question. So the next one is this: you can wear one color for the rest of your life in different shades. Okay, so it's not just like one tone, but it's one color, one set of colors. Which color is it? Because I know what my wardrobe gravitates towards, but I'm curious what everybody else feels compliments them the best. And Rachel says, "If the bouquet of food is too pretty, I might not want to eat it though." Here's the thing: I have gotten one of those edible arrangements, like fruit bouquets that have like the chocolate dipped strawberries and stuff. And let me tell you, you will not want that to go to waste. You will want to eat it 100%, even though you have to take it apart. And it will be delicious, especially if it's tacos. Kat says, "Barry says hi. He heard you over the phone." Hi, Barry. Thank you for saying hello. I hope you're having a fantastic Friday. All right. I can see everybody's lovely answers rolling in about their color choice. So that means that I need to start the next sprint and get this show on the road. I got it pulled up here. All right. I'm going to wish you all happy reading. And remember, second to last sprint. I'll see you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 114. So slow but sure progress. Got to see our first like official ceremonial ritual in the book too, because it's about cults. It's a supernatural horror with cultish elements, so it's pretty cool. I left you all with a question. You can wear one color for the rest of your life in different shades. Which color is it? I'm going to go back here and see what everybody had to say. Robert was the first answer and said blue. Emphatically blue. All right. And Ron agreed and also said blue. Mary Lou said, I would choose purple. And Mary Lou, I would also choose purple because I consider kind of like burgundy colors and plum colors to be, you know, in the purple category. And a lot of my wardrobe is plum colored. So I would definitely go with purple as well. And Nicole is also saying blue, and Kat says black. Okay. I have seen you in like a lot of your t-shirts and stuff, Kat, and I do think that you do look good in black. And Alex says gray. Gray is so versatile. I love a good gray. Yes, gray will match with anything. That is the beautiful thing about it. Zach says black. My favorite color is aggressively yellow, but I don't like to stand out or deal with stains. That is fair. And depending on a person's skin tone as well, like can determine if yellow kind of is like a reflective color or washes them out. I can't wear bright yellows because it actually will radiate on my skin. It's the same with orange. Like it'll like reflect on me and it's terrible. So I have to wear usually darker colors that like aren't as vibrant. Like neons would not look good on me at all. So I love that you say aggressively yellow because I can immediately picture what you're talking about. You said, Alex, I do love some gray. And Christina says purple, blue, green, or black, any of these, but I would still probably hate it after a bit. Question, is tie dye a color? If the tie dye was only in one shade, so like if you had greens, like different color greens or different color blues, like that would count. But if it was like the traditional mix of like red and green and blue and yellow, no, that wouldn't count, I don't think. Ron says, LOL, my town sent out an emergency management bulletin about eclipse day. Damn, really? Oh, that's brutal. What did it say? Just basically saying, just don't go outside, stay in your house unless you want to look up at the sky for 4 minutes. Mary Lou said, bedtime here. Have a great evening, everyone. Thanks for the sprints, Alex. Thank you, Mary Lou. I'm sure you're gone by now, but it was nice having you. And Diane says blue. All right, we have definitely a most popular color so far. Heidi says black is the stay-at-home mom uniform head to toe. And it also goes with everything. Robert says, Alex, if you decide to read None of This Is True, don't read the prologue. Okay. I'm going to assume that the reason you're telling me that is because it has some type of hint in it as to what happens at the end, and you don't want me to be able to guess it. That's good to know, Robert. That's why I'm taking a guess. I could be completely wrong though. Maybe that's not the reason you're telling me that. Nicole says 20 pages and lots more paintings. And Kat says, watching my video first pass, I have to take Tootie out to potty. Oh, little Tootie. So cute. Alex says, made dinner and cleaned a little more. Well, you're rocking and rolling, Alex. What did you make for dinner? And Ron says, I also read a weird ritual in my book. I've switched to Camp Damascus by Chuck Tingle. Yes, I have seen that book when it first came out. I was quite interested in it. Chuck Tingle, of course, is, you know, he's a funny author who writes a lot of funny stuff, but Camp Damascus sounded interesting. So do tell me, Ron, do you think that that's a book that I should pick up? And he said, oh, it was just a warning about traffic and how police will be around to keep emergency routes open. Okay, that's good. I have heard that there are going to be some locations where there will be like emergency fuel trucks for people because they're expecting because the roads are going to be packed, that there are going to be cars that are just stranded on the side of the road without fuel, which is super fun. So, in case you're like, Alex, have you prepared for that? Yes. Yes, I have. I'm going to be taking an extra little 1 gallon gas can with me in the event that it is an emergency. Um, when I was getting my hair done last night, I was, of course, talking to the lady who does my hair about like all of the plans for the solar eclipse, and she started laughing her butt off and being like, "You can take it and sell it to the highest bidder to somebody on the side of the road," which, of course, I would never do. But there are going to be people out there who are probably legitimately going to do that. And Nicole says, Alex, I'm now starting to have anxiety about your outing. Yeah, I'm having anxiety about it too. And the funny thing is, I really like, I had already planned everything. I felt good about my general plan, right? But I so the lady who does my hair, she has another one who works with her, and she's a worrier, like, and I'm a worrier too. So she starts talking about how like, oh, the satellite, the phone towers are going to go down and nobody's going to be able to make phone calls, and you're not going to be able to get home, and you're not going to be able to make emergency calls. And I told her, I was like, the cell phone towers don't have anything to do with satellite. Okay, you would still be able to call emergency responders. Like, you can call 911 even if you don't have a SIM card in your phone. It's like a legal requirement that you be able to call emergency services. So that's fine. Don't worry about it, right? But the whole thing about how long it's going to take to like drive back places, I don't know, some of the hour like estimates that they're giving out of certain cities and certain towns is like ridiculously long. So we're just going to take it easy. I'm going to be fully fueled. Everything's going to be okay. I believe in me. I have to believe in me because otherwise it's going to be a terrible disaster. And Ron says, it is a serious book, not a comedy, a very mysterious horror story. Okay. Well, that is surprising for him that he wrote something that wasn't funny. So, sounds interesting. And Nicole says it's Y2K all over again. Yes, that's what they were saying too. Everybody thought that the computers were just going to like go down, and it didn't happen. I mean, when we've experienced eclipses before, right? Like, this isn't something like that's entirely new, but I don't know. This might be one of the cases where I actually am not the person freaking out the most, which is usually not the case. And Alex says, I believe in you, Alex. Thank you. I appreciate a fellow Alex believing in me because I'm going to have a story to tell. Like I said, I'll probably come back next week and be like, oh my God, let me tell you about the eclipse. Never do that again. Nicole says, I do too, LOL. It'll be fine. Thank you, Nicole. I really appreciate that. Ron says, I remember when that didn't happen. Yes. Yes. We were all alive then to remember that the world, in fact, did not end. And Nicole says, LOL, right, Ron? So I do plan that we can head into our last sprint now. So you all need to tell me, how long would you like the last sprint of the evening to be? Do 30 or 45 minutes. I'm feeling like I can do either one. Eyes are getting a little tired, which is how I know that this will be the last one. It'll be a good note to end on. And Nicole said 45. Okay. This is cool. Yeah, we've had an evening where we've done more longer ones, which usually doesn't happen. So very nice. And I got to give you all your last question. And I was inspired by the conversation that we had before this past sprint. And I want to ask you all, what foods make the best bouquets? Give me ideas because I really want to do this now. And I want to hear what you think because I believe that this will be a ton of fun. Robert says, Alex, you should leave for this event now. Yeah, just be, camping out, except I have Bubby, so I can't do that. Gotta make sure that he's taken care of. First and foremost, Bubby is my priority, even over myself. Gotta take care of my dog. So that's what happens. He's like my child. And Nicole's laughing with Robert. So, all right, I'm going to get our last sprint set up. Be sure to think about foods that would make excellent bouquets. So, we already know, for example, but you can do it with fruit because we have edible arrangements. But I want to see what you all come up with. What you would make yourself if you had to do a food bouquet. Do tell. But got the next timer pulled up here. I wish you all happy reading for our last sprint, and I will see you at the 5-hour mark. All right, everybody, come on back from the final sprint of the evening. I left you all with a fun question. What foods make the best bouquet? Give me ideas because I really want to do this, which is true. I think that it would be fun for me to like try to craft something for Keaton. I have some ideas and I wanted to see what you all came up with. So Kat was the first one to answer and she said cookie bouquet, which automatically is kind of in the same direction that I was thinking. So I'm enjoying it. Diane says, my husband said candy, chocolate, and caramel. Candy would also be an excellent choice because it's all pre wrapped. So I like that too. You don't have to worry about mess. And it also wouldn't spoil too. Ron says, asparagus. It comes from the grocery store in a bouquet. You got me with that one, Ron. Alex says, one of my coworkers got a cheesecake bouquet once. I thought that was pretty rad. Hell yeah. I don't think I would have thought of that, but that's an excellent idea, especially if it was like little cubes of cheesecake, or like I guess you could do the individual slices, though that might be a little heavy. Pretty good. Robert says candy bouquet, Reese's, Snickers. You got to have your Reese's, Robert. I know it. Snickers, Milky Way, Kit Kat, Twix, Butterfinger, M&Ms, Three Musketeers. I will take Twix and Snickers all day long. I love them. Kat says, I have to go. Jumping on old school April sprints at 8:45. Thanks for sprints, Alex. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. Oh, I know that she's long gone, but if you all are still wanting to sprint tonight, you should definitely go and check out Kat's sprints because she's doing some fun ones right now for old school April. Zach says the Y2K is because of the melting ice caps is slowing down Earth's rotation, and we need a negative leap second, which could mess up technology. Y2K 2.0, because of the melting ice caps, slowing down Earth's rotation. We need a negative leap. What? That is a very confusing, Zach. And maybe it's because I'm tired, but my brain is not processing that makes sense. So I really hope that that's a joke. And if it's not a joke, tell me where I'm supposed to look that up. Angel says, if you're a fan of sushi, sushi bouquet. And I am. Sushi is my favorite food, Angel. So I would argue if you're looking at making a bouquet for me, that would definitely be the winner right there. And Christina says, fruit and cheese? Yes, absolutely. Cover that thing in grapes and tiny cheese cubes and like some strawberries. Sounds like a great time. Would also be an excellent gift if you were at a winery. He also said Rice Krispie treat and caramel popcorn can be shaped though. That is true as well. I like the idea of like some type of dipped candies, like marshmallows, Rice Krispies, pretzels, popcorn. That would be a really good like party one. Zach says the first thing to come to my mind was churros with cinnamon rolls attached to the end, like flower heads. Yes. Oh, give me the cinnamon all day long. I'm actually like going to be baking some cinnamon rolls tomorrow morning, just the kind that come from the store, but they're the jumbo kind. And they made a new buttercream one. I'm really excited to try it. And Heidi says chocolate dipped fruit. Yes, we know that is a classic thanks to edible arrangements. And Angel says, ooh, good idea, Zach. I agree. And Alex says, I keep imagining a potato bouquet, like French fries and pierogies and yummy potatoy snacks. That sounds amazing as well. Yes, all the fried potato variety or like chopped potato variety. Of course, you couldn't really do like mashed potatoes unless it was some type of dip, which would also work. Dip potato in more potato. Robert says soup bouquet. That would be challenging. Only if you didn't put it in cups first, Robert, but technically you could do it as long as you had little tiny cups with lids on them. And Nicole says 60 pages left. Good job. Excellent work. Oh, yeah, I didn't give you an update on where I am in my book. I am on page 124. And my eyes are officially tired of reading this itty bitty font tonight. Like, I'm not somebody who gets headaches, but I can tell that my eyes are so tired that my head is starting to hurt. So I'm definitely going to take a break. this evening and let my eyes kind of rest. And you also said, I love the cookie bouquet idea. I do as well. My mom did this really cute thing when I was back in college, and I still have the cookie jar, but she went to this company and ordered, it was a beehive cookie jar and had a bunch of cookies put in it that were all individually wrapped. They were sugar cookies that had icing on them, and they had like different shapes, like, butterflies and bees and whatnot and flowers, which were really, really cute. And I just love things like that. I love like these unique gift ideas that you can send people. So this is really fun. Alex says, was not the most productive during the sprint, went through some old, mostly junk mail and cleaned a bit more. That was still productive, and given how late it is, I'd say you're kicking butt and taking names. Robert's saying another 45. No, Robert, sorry. We're past the 5-hour mark now, so we're definitely going to start winding down here. Zach says, I was trying to figure out how maybe buffalo chicken and celery could work, possibly also including mac and cheese. Zach, hear me out. Hear me out. There is a restaurant called Sobelman's. You should absolutely look it up, where their specialty, the thing that they are known for, aside from their burgers, is their Bloody Mary that you can order that is topped with a whole fried chicken and little cheeseburger sliders. I don't know if I've ever mentioned this on stream before, but I've never ordered one, but one day I will. And I am very excited to, because I know that that's like, it's a meal and a half, really. Like, you want to obviously have other people there to consume it with you. I think that I think I could do something buffalo chicken with celery, as long as it's, in a Bloody Mary, put some like little cups of mac and cheese on there. We can make it happen. And you said just Googled ice caps leap second. It's not a joke. Okay. I'm writing it down. I will look that up immediately after this. Ice caps leap second. Thank you, Zach, for this interesting deep dive that I get to go on now. You said, or long as fuck egg rolls. Yeah, just really long. You know what? You can make that happen too. Ron's coming in here with some kebab skewers. Absolutely, that's an easy one. Like grilled delights. That's an excellent idea. You could have like savory bouquets and then sweet bouquets. That could be a whole party theme right there. See, you all should go and do this in your personal lives. Do bouquet party, and nobody will see it coming, and it'll be fun because it's weird as hell. And who doesn't like a weird theme? I know I do. But with that, everybody, I'm just going to wish you a wonderful evening, an absolutely amazing weekend, safe travels or enjoyment for the solar eclipse if you are in the area where you're going to be witnessing it or being around all the craziness of it happening. Thanks for hanging out. It's late. I'm going to peace out now. I'm going to go get hydrated. I'm going to eat something. Hopefully, this headache will go away. I'm going to chill out with my boy here. I wish you all good night. Love you all. Fabulous. And Robert says, have a great night, everyone. Free of earthquakes. Yes, Robert, free of earthquakes. May your cats recover peacefully and you be able to get some rest. And Alex says, thanks for productive sprints. Thank you for coming, Alex. And you take care of yourself and enjoy the rest of your cleaning. And bye to you, Nicole. Have a good evening and take care. Bye, everyone. Thank you for hosting Night All. Yes, thank you for coming. Good night to you. Bye, Diane. Thank you for coming. It's good to see you. Night, everybody.